Hello, how are you today? Must have been fine. uh, Mostly drawing, working, doing stuff. Um, I hope your holidays were okay too. I was suddenly blessed by having one more holiday than I expected, so that's pretty good. Oh well, it's. I think it's supposed to be uh, a college break or something since it's Christmas, New Year holidays. So I'm not sure. I remember, uh, like during my college time, usually we had some um, winter exams more or less during the same time. So it's like have fun on the weekends, but have a holiday, but also prepare for the exams. The animatic at the time drawing is Cold as the Night. The All Hallows one. I think I posted it like a couple of years ago, but uh, I really wanted to finish it. Like I've done it. I've done pretty much all the frames, so it's kind of ready. And I posted it because like it was the animatic that I drew within like a couple of days, um, back during my heavy Hades Sound obsession. But I've never got to finish it actually because like with the animatics, I think the problem with them uh, is that once you finish like uh, the basic storyboard, you get to be like, oh well, now never want to finish it ever again, like because it takes a lot of time and with storyboards in general, I'm no professional obviously, Uh, but with storyboards, I think it is so like so painful in terms of energy because you need to think about like what frames are supposed to look like, and you might have some certain image in your brain, but when you try to actually draw it, you understand that your skill is kind of lacking to draw it. So you're kind of trying to do your best, and in the end, like it's really hard. And usually after you finish the animatic, you'll be like, like it doesn't look exactly as I want it. But after a couple of months, like if you upload it somewhere, you go back to it and you be like, well, actually, it wasn't as bad as I thought. It looks pretty good. With Cold in the Night, I kind of like this animatic a lot, and I'm pretty happy how it turned out. But now when I'm looking at it, it looks like really ugly. Because like I tried to finish it multiple times since I made the draft, because I was like, when you have the draft, it's basically it's much easier to finish stuff because you don't need to think about like thinking of what the frame is supposed to look like. The business comes so much faster after that. But but I've never got to finish it. Maybe because I wanted to make it super detailed or something like that. Maybe I just lacked the motivation needed to finish it. But I think the problem also for me with the animatics is that for me to actually release the animatic, I need to draw it in a pretty short period of time, because then there wouldn't be like a huge difference in terms of like skill and style between your starting point and your ending point. Because if you understand that like the beginning of the animatic now looks ugly because you didn't you weren't as good at it in the beginning, you kind of get a wish to redraw it again, and this is like the eternal circle of that. Oh, hello, hello. uh I'm so happy to see you. I really love your art, but like um I think I told, but like I really enjoy your style and your art. I actually have like a bunch of Hades Town animatics that I really wanted to finish, but uh I don't know. I was hoping that after Procreate Dreams releases, it will be easier for me to finish the work. Because, like, right now, as you can see, I'm working in Clip Studio, and Clip Studio is really, really great in terms of producing, making the animatics, and just like in general, it's super easy to navigate. It's pretty easy to add the frames, to group the frames and stuff like that. But like my problem, maybe I've previously told, if you ever watched my other live streams, my trouble with Clip Studio is that it doesn't go on iPad. Or it goes on iPad, but the trouble with that is that it's subscription based, which I actually loathe because like I bought Clip Studio Paint like on license to support them at some point, and it really annoys me that in order to have it on iPad, I need to pay them monthly fee to use the program when I already paid like a lot of money to have it as license on PC. So it's annoying for me. Plus, I think I tried it on trial, and like it didn't feel quite the same. Maybe because like each time when you are starting a new program on like a new device or something like that, it's usually like you have this weird adjustment period where like nothing feels the same, because like when you are drawing on a certain device for a long period of time, usually you have some sort of like setup in terms of like brushes, how much stabilization do you have in them, how like even though that when I draw, I usually use the default brushes that the program gives me, because I don't know, I think like simplicity is the best. Like even if I have some fancy cool brushes that I downloaded somewhere, eventually I come back to drawing with basic brushes. But like after like sadly iPad, like it has a couple of programs where you can actually do art, but like Toon Squid is like the animatics. I mean, Toon Squid is pretty good and easy to use, but like again, the brushes are not as comfortable as I would like them to be. And I was waiting for Procreate Dreams to release, because like I saw people on previews like telling how it is a good program and how it will make the animation accessible. And I do think it's a good program. Like I downloaded it on day one, but at the moment I understand that I cannot use it as much as I would love to. Like because like right now I don't have like a proper workplace to actually have like my work set up and comfortable chair to sit in. I usually I just draw on my kitchen chair. But like because of that, I sometimes feel like my back is not quite buying it because it's not super comfortable. So I prefer drawing on iPad, because this way I can sit on a sofa and stuff like that. So I was really really hyped when the Procreate Dreams was announced. But at the moment, like they don't have like a lot of features that I think basically any person who uses software for animations or animatics needs. Like I don't know, the thing that will allow you to transform the objects, or like just I don't know, liquify tool and stuff like that, uh, without which it's hard for me to draw, because like usually what I suffer with is with the fact that usually when I draw the characters, often they have really big heads. I don't know who else can relate to that problems, but I understand that when I'm drawing like the characters, often this is what happens. Also, when I'm drawing the animations and you go from frame to frame, like I sometimes started to notice that the further I go, the smaller the head of my character becomes. And like when you have the transformation tool, you can basically go back and make the head slightly bigger, and it isn't like a huge problem, and just continue on. But without this tool, you basically have to redraw it over and over again, which is not super good. Like sometimes you get a good like expression for your art, um, but like you understand that like maybe you drew it a little bit like incorrectly. You need to make some small adjustments. Like for example, I also often understand that my like the way I draw eyes, like they're too wide. Like anatomically, so I would just move an eye to where it should be. And without like the lasso and without the transformation tool, like the program is basically useless for me. It will be too hard for me to do that. Hello. Hello to all the new people. Suddenly there were many of you. Also, thank you. Thank you for liking my art. Oh, yeah, I also did a long animatic and it took a long time. I think it took me, uh, like, I was working basically every day to finish it. Um, it was like a couple of years ago, and I was in my manic stage of being into Hades Town. So I was really highly motivated to finish it. Um, and like the only thing that helped me is the fact that I storyboarded like the full animatic beforehand, like on like a couple of pieces of paper. Like instead of doing it digitally, because like what I understood that is when I'm doing things digitally, uh, like trying to really roughly sketch it in Clip Studio, for example, I'm still too much. I'm still concentrating too much on details, which is not like it's not super good for storyboard because like if you drew like the faces. Like if you put a lot of effort in like drawing a certain expression, for example, in your storyboard, and then you understand that well this scene kind of doesn't flow exactly as I want to. Then like you'll have to delete that that frame, and you will be upset because you really like how the face turned out there. So like I did the whole thing in pencil, and I think that I even posted it on this channel. So like you can watch it if you wanna. I think it's called somewhere like how long, but even I don't understand what's happening because it's like small thumbnails and but it was a good practice. And after that, I basically put those thumbnails together just to see how the scene would work, and it turned out pretty well. And I was like, "Wow, that's pretty cool. Maybe I could like draw it properly now." And I drew it properly, and it took like I think a couple of weeks of like consistently working on it, and I do think it like the animatic that I had in the end was pretty good. uh I still think that it works like it's supposed to, and I think that I did a pretty good job. But right now when I'm watching it, I'm like, oh, I wish I would redraw it now, but like with better skill that I have at the moment. Because like I watch it and I see that Hades looks ugly, and it's a bit like he doesn't look like himself, or at least how I usually draw him. Or what is bothering me more than Hades, like Persephone doesn't look good. And like justice for Persephone, she deserves pretty art. And so I'm having a thought about redrawing the How Long animatic at least once every couple of weeks. But like I don't think it will happen somewhere soon. Um I also have like I think I have two chant animatics uh in progress. When I say in progress, it means that they will probably never see the light because because I'm not super good at like releasing things. I just understand that if I didn't finish something within like a couple of weeks, within a month, it will never be finished ever. So with chant, I think I finished half of chant 2. I took the chant reprise from the Broadway previews to draw it. And recently I was rewatching it, and I was like, eh, Like, I probably would have storyboarded it differently now, but I kind of even don't want to redraw it in a way because like there will be a lot of things that I would like to do differently. Plus, like the characters don't look consistent to themselves. Like for the past couple of years, for the most part, I was working on drawing the characters more consistently because like when you were drawing uh like animatics or just characters in general, you kind of want them to look like themselves in the majority of frame. Let's say that this way. I think that yeah, she's a little bit like Persephone is a little bit hard to draw, but I think I kind of understood how to do it more or less. I think I even posted some tips that helped me, but okay, I think I'm gonna miss this part. I'm gonna miss this part, and we will skip back to Persephone. Like I will miss this part because I'm not sure if I want to like draw this transition yet. So I will start here. Huh, okay. I'm really sorry. Like I know that people have different nicknames on like on YouTube and on Instagram. So if I'm not recognizing you, I'm very sorry. like um but like in general what helps me with likeness in characters is basically to get a bunch of references. I usually take like the references. Uh, you need at least three, like to more or less understand how the character looks from different perspectives. Like I have the Amber Gray reference. Let me let me find it. Um, I think I have it somewhere. a big a big Amber Gray reference. Um. Oh yeah, I have Amber and I have Patrick reference. Like where you can see her from different. Yeah, Manzi, recognize you. um, like I have a big reference of her uh from like different angles. I'm not using it really much recently. But I think one thing that can help you if you're having trouble is to basically, sometimes you just need to um let me see. Let me just I'll add the background. Come on, do it. Weird. Uh okay, 1 second tell. Mm-mm. No, kind of weird. Why wouldn't it feel it? Wherever. Okay. We are not winning today, but um, I really love making some art tips, but like in general, when I'm starting to draw like a new character for me, like when I need to basically study their face, yeah, I kind of wanna try to first break them into simple shades. And sometimes I would just trace over to understand it better, because like when you are watching, when you are looking at a person, like at their picture, like usually I would say that it's good to have like at least one reference from the front, one reference from the side, so you would know how the profile would look like, and one reference from three quarters, because three quarters basically have the most information about the face. So like if you have limited references, like the best reference you can get, it's three quarters, because like it will have a lot of stuff going on. So when you are looking at those references, I would advise to first like study the photos themselves, and even like trace over a little bit, just to understand like what are the shapes of those faces. Like when you're looking at the picture, like it's kind of in like it's 2D, but like there is a lot of extra information uh, in the photo that you might not need when you are drawing the characters, when you are simplifying the characters. So like when you are kind of tracing and finding those like shapes, like I'm sorry, amber gray for this like ugly trace over. You kind of delete the information, like the extra information from the photo that like you wouldn't need, and you only like leaving like stuff that you need to be concentrated on, like um which kind of like after you traced it, like you need to try to redraw, like try to draw the same picture, but like this time fully on your own, and understand like what doesn't work. uh like when I do that, uh like it usually takes me about like 10-20 drawings to kind of get the understanding on what's happening, and what's working and what's not. um but like you need to understand that the first like 10-20 drawings you'll make of that character after you practice, they will be really bad probably, like not super super good as this character, but that's okay. Like by making like more bad attempts, and like understanding that this attempt doesn't work and this attempt doesn't work, I think initially you kind of, by comparing it to the original, you are teaching your brain to like understand, oh hey, this one didn't work because like the eyes were too round, for example, or this one didn't work because like she has like a jaw that is more square shaped, and eventually it kind of gives you the understanding what to do and what not to do when you're drawing, if that makes any sense. Mm, I'm really happy the that the tutorials and like helping tricks are helpful. Because like I enjoy doing them. I actually really enjoy sharing my small tips, because I think like in the art community people should really, share stuff they know, because, well, I don't think that there is like a huge competition. Like, people can share some tips with other people without being super afraid. Uh, about different actresses who played Persephone, and this is why Persephone is difficult to draw. You just, like, you can choose, like, to either find the actor that you enjoy the most, or just draw different actors, or yeah, combine a couple of actors together in one design. But I'm used to drawing Amber Gray because she's the default Persephone in my brain. Okay, this one doesn't turn out. I honestly think that sometimes I'm drawing Amber Gray better when I'm not thinking about how to draw Amber Gray. Uh, Mobile apps to draw. I think the only one that I used to draw on my phone was Sketchbook Pro. I think that is how it's called, like the Autodesk Sketchbook. I think it's free for phones and for tablets at the moment. I think it is a nice program. I'm just not super fond of drawing on super small screen. But I remember this was the app that I used at school when like when I didn't want to study and wanted to draw, or when I have had like a moment to spend drawing. Damn, I don't like it. Maybe I need to turn it off a little bit. Um, Regarding the tablets, like, it depends, because I have like, at the moment I have a tablet to um to draw on PC basically, and I have an iPad. For the most part, I'm drawing on iPad, because again, it's kind of a little bit more convenient. Like, if you need to draw some small sketch. Uh, but like, it all depends on like which programs do you usually use, because I know that some tablets, like graphic tablets, let's say that we have like a bunch of different tablets. Uh, if if you are looking for something to draw, so there are just general tablets that are like a plank on a desk that that you are using. Uh, these are like the universal tablets. I had a couple of them. I had um, I had the Wacom Intos Pro once. I had it used, but unfortunately, it kind of died out, or somebody lost a stylus from it when I wasn't when I wasn't around. So Rest in pieces, Wacom Intuos Pro. It was a good tablet, I must say. Like, and if you have like a monitor that, like, it's like everything. I'm sorry that I'm speaking so weirdly, but um, I think the tablet that you want to have, it really depends on your setup, because like if you have a monitor and you're drawing with a monitor, like, and you prefer drawing while seated, I think that um that's just a general kind of tablet where it just lies on your desk. It's pretty good. It's also pretty good for your posture, for the most in most cases, because this way, like if you have a monitor, you are looking straight in front of you instead of like looking down, in case like you're drawing uh, in front of the table with an iPad, for example. Um, so I had the Wacom Intuos as a tablet like this, and before that I had Genius tablets. Uh, that I remember that people were super critical about Genius tablets back in the days, but I found mine pretty okay. I also tried I think like either Xpen or Highen. I think that's how they called when either from my friends or from my sister. They were also okay. So at the moment there are like really a lot of good uh good affordable options out there on the market. At the moment, like I'm drawing on Wacom Cintiq. Like I think the most basic one they have, uh, because I really wanted a lot. I wanted for years to have like a graphic monitor, and I would say that you don't need a graphic monitor in most cases. Um, and like if you have the opportunity to try to try out this kind of monitor before buying it, like I would suggest to try it before, because I would say not every person would find it convenient or would find it super comfortable to draw on. Like it's nice, I really enjoy it, but like for me, for example, I feel like the size of the screen with when you're drawing like on something like Clip Studio Paint, you can see like how much extra space all the other like fields here are using. So like I found it, I think, more comfortable when I had the monitor and when I had like a regular tablet, because this way I would look in the monitor and I would have a lot of like space for my canvas and for other like extra stuff from the sides with settings and other stuff. But like it depends how much it bothers you. Um, and I'm also using the iPad, but with iPads they are really good, like because like if you have Procreate, it's a super nice program to draw. And since I had like Procreate, I basically stopped using any other programs for the most part, because like it's convenient and you can pull it off whatever you like, and you can you can draw on a go, like when you're going for a trip, which is super cool as well. It doesn't take much space, uh, but with but with like iPad, it costs a lot. Like unless you are buying like the general like iPad, which is a good, like if you get a good deal on just a regular iPad, I'd say like it's pretty cool. Like it's worth for drawing. But like you also need to know that depending on iPad and how powerful it is, Procreate allows only like a certain level of maximum amount of layers that you can have, which isn't a huge issue if you are used to draw in one layer or if you are just sketching. But like for people who like to create a ton of layers and like for example, like I know some people that they would color like a certain detail, like of the outfit, the skin, the hair on different layers, and they would use like the lock and would color them, like shade them separately. It might be a trouble because if you are used to working with like 50 layers per like character, the amount of layers that you will get in basic Procreate on like good size canvas, it won't be big. Like it will be probably 18, 15 layers depending on what size it is, which is a trouble. Like for some people it would be a trouble. And plus like you don't have like big variety of programs available for iPad. Like either they are subscription based, which is absolutely infuriating. Either like some of them are free. Like I heard Krita is good and it is free. Like Autodesk Sketchbook is pretty good and it is also free as far as I know. Um, but like the Apple thing is that if you want a better device, like the device that has bigger screen, for example, or the device that like allows more layers, you need to buy their best like tablet. So like it again depends on what you want from art, and what is your budget for that. Um, but yeah, I would say that I prefer the iPad. How do I get inspiration to make art? Uh, uh, I don't know. It kind of finds me. Pauses and all. Uh, I actually don't know about the poses, but like usually I draw either fan arts or something based on like writing. Uh, like like I don't like I did a ton of NASA fan art, and sadly I'm continuing doing NASA fan art. Not sadly, like I really love it, and it is a source of my great like pleasure because I can do a lot of character designs that are like slightly based on some description from a fic, or it's just enjoyable. You're just creating your own small universe in your head, and you are like have your own little TV series that you are watching while listening to the music. So like it's one source of my inspiration, but like regarding the poses, I think if you need the inspiration for the poses, uh I would say that you might want to find some good references. Like uh I wouldn't say that I do that like super often. Like I start to find the reference before starting the work, which is actually like it's a good habit to have, to find the references and like the lighting references, the like pose references before you start work, which I don't do because I'm lazy. I usually, start looking for references once I understand that, uh, like it's something doesn't work out exactly the way that I wanted it to be. and I'm like, oh, I need to see how this pose would work out in order to draw it. Um, but like for me, a good source is like there are a couple of guys who are just doing stock photos. God, what's um maybe I could find. There is one guy in DeviantArt who does like a lot of good like poses and references, and from like it's the only reason to have DeviantArt at the moment, basically. I think like his name is No Entity. If I will probably type it in the chat. And he kind of has a lot of different poses. Like you can find the characters sitting, you can find the characters like interacting with other characters, action poses, not action poses. I usually use them to when I want to just practice the gesture drawing, or when I finally guess like some initiative to work on my art, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm having a really bad time drawing people sitting, which is like some people like they hate drawing hands. I hate drawing legs, and I hate drawing people sitting. It's my personal Roman Empire. Like I'm constantly thinking about and being like, no, I don't. I will avoid everything. I don't want to draw legs and stuff like that. So sometimes I'd be like, I need to fight my demons, and I need to like break some characters like who are sitting, and then draw some art with that. So here you can basically find a lot of inspiration for that sort of thing. Sometimes like also with a couple pauses, you'll be watching something, or you're just doing your regular life stuff, just working, walking in the park, or just sitting in common transport, and and like you look at other people, and you sometimes see like those fun poses, like and you think, oh, those people look cute, and you'd be like, oh, that's actually a really nice like cute pose that I could use when I'm drawing. That's something like that. Drawing guys. I have like the opposite Norman Roman Empire, but it's drawing girls. I struggled so much with that at some point. Like now, I think I mostly nailed that in most cases, but I never draw guy. You just need to draw like lesbian shapes, I guess. Like you just do the most big brain thing. You just make the Hades and Persephone like lesbian who AU, and you enjoy just drawing women for the most part. But like in general, uh, tips about drawing, guys. Like I don't have like any particular tips. I remember that when I was starting like drawing, and I remember that when uh, I had troubles drawing girls. I think like the difference for me between drawing women like and men in art, for some reason, was at least I think that that women kind of try to usually like hide some of the features, like wrinkles, like uh the imperfections, let's say. So like obviously not all women, but often it's like that. So it feels like when you're looking at the references that women are a little bit more smooth in that way. And when I was drawing men, I kind of understood that it's easier to navigate like from feature to feature, because like they wouldn't cover like anything. Like if they have a square face, they have a square face. uh, and like if they have wrinkles, they would have those wrinkles, and you would like have more stuff to navigate. um so I don't know, like I don't think I have like any particular tips, but because like I wouldn't want to give like tips, or like you know guys have like smaller, like bigger, wider shoulders and smaller pelvis, and girls are the opposite, because like it's not exactly like this. um because like different people, they have different body shapes, and yeah, for some people like it may be like truly like that. Like if you look at them, you can clearly see that. But for some people, like it wouldn't be the same. Um so yeah, I'm a bad advisor and that sort of stuff. I just think that if you're having trouble with like drawing men or drawing women, I would say it's good to try to find some references again. Yeah, it's all about the references. And like in some gesture drawing websites, like for example, there is a website that I usually use when I want to draw some gestures and stuff like that. It is called the line of action. I think you can find it easily if you just type in Google like gesture drawing, and it has like a lot of options for you to sort out um, different models. So you can just choose like all male, all female. Even like lately I saw that they actually had like some not non-binary options, which I was like, wow, that's interesting. Because I remember there wasn't any options like that before, or you can have like everyone without any distinction. But like it's cool in the way that you can practice what you want to practice. So and see what works for you. um I don't know. I spent far too much time drawing her here. I think I need to stick out to faster drawing. So and with the same face like syndrome, it's actually like a super common thing. I think every artist had a same face syndrome. Also, the ones who are drawing in a certain style. At some point, I think everybody has that moment where they're looking and or somebody else is looking at their work and be like, "Oh, is this Shaggy from Scooby Doo?" And you'll be like, "No, it's not Shaggy from Scooby Doo." And like yeah, and then you understand that like basically every character that you draw basically looks like Shaggy from Scooby Doo, and you have to live with that. And like not live with that, but if you don't want your characters to look like Shaggy from Scooby Doo, you'll have to practice like drawing characters from like with different features. Um, Maybe watch some like videos on stylization. I don't really like it. I like the face, but I think your shoulders are a little bit too wide. But again, I actually thinking about it, about drawing like men and women. I do think that the general uh, like when you're drawing male characters, they're usually more rectangular, and if you are like um, breaking down some gesture drawing poses, that you can see that like usually like the shoulders are kind of wider in relation to pelvis. That's kind of true, like in a lot of cases, but obviously like there are different people and different body shapes. But in general, I think it's something that you can like start with, like with these general shapes, and then as you feel like more comfortable, and you be like, oh yeah, this looks like I want it to look, you can move on and just experiment with like some other stuff. But like I usually just try to do some gesture drawings, because with gesture drawings it makes it easier to understand like what is the difference. Because like for me, when I'm drawing female characters, when I'm doing gesture drawings, they're usually like so much easier to draw because they're so flowy in a way. You can easily find like usually the main shapes and go on with them. And with even with men, it's kind of more complicated um in general. And I think like about drawing ages, I think he's the funniest. The funniest thing of all is that when you look at Patrick Page, for example, like if you are basing your ages on Patrick Page, obviously, he's so shaped in a way how like his face looks. He's very shaped. Like he already looks pretty stylized, Um, but for some reason, he's ridiculously hard to draw. Uh, but I don't know. I for myself, I at least understood that it's kind of much easier to draw him when you are starting with the nose and the beard. Like, I don't know. He just has like when I draw him, I usually give him super brushy kind of beard, and he has like pretty small eyes. Like that's not that wouldn't be a perfect drawing, but like some eyebrows. And since he's an old man, he has like really high cheekbones, and that makes it overall look like Hades, even though it doesn't exactly look like Patrick. Because like the way I draw Hades, he doesn't exactly look like Patrick, and I kind of understand that, but I'm okay with that. Like I'm enjoying. Yeah, like brand of Santa. Yeah, yeah, he does. But actually, for some reason, it's really hard to nail him. So yeah, but usually, like if you nail the nose and the beard, he has big nose, like the beard, and I think the eye shape, because like I often notice that when I do like a slightly different eye shape, it doesn't look like Hades anymore. Um, and I'll have to redraw it. And then he has this, very high forehead line. I usually change it a little bit because it looks like he's balding, and we cannot have that. Um, so like I think the hair was the hardest one. Also, when he had this first Broadway wig thing going on, but like, yeah. So yeah, here is your Hades. So like I think for him, like the big thing is the nose, like the the chin, because like I usually draw it as massive, like because it makes him. What I think about when I draw it, I think about the Lion King's Mufasa. Like if you look at his chin in the movie, it's like pretty massive, but also pretty like strong, and it gives him like I don't know, it just makes him like I don't know how to explain it, more shaped. Let's say it this way. So like it has like he has like a big chin that makes him a little bit more masculine, I guess. And big nose. So he has like really big features overall. And like small eyes. And also, I would say that when I draw Patrick, also one thing to consider is how his eyes turned, because like they're kind of turned. I also have like a Patrick Page reference here somewhere. It's not a very productive stream of me drawing the animatic. It's more of a like stream of me um just sharing my knowledge about Hades Town characters. Why is that? Yeah, it worked. I'm not a huge fan of those references because it's like from the beginning of Broadway. And I like my favorite Hades look is from about that time when Amber Gray left the show, and he had like this super bushy beard and a much better like wig as Hades, and it was like his prime look. He looks so good that he is, but like um, God, unfortunately, I cannot. I don't have a picture of bushy beard Hades, and it just lives in my imagination. But when he had like a more bushy beard, his like his overall face looked like more shaped in this way. Like I usually draw him another nose, like slightly different, and his eyes they're like turned slightly slightly like lower. I don't know how to explain that. But I do love drawing the old man. He's so cute. He's so cute. I'm sad that I have to erase it. Uh, oh God, like my Spotify decided to play The Longest Winter. I still cannot believe that they basically recorded uh, a Hades Town, like Hades and Persephone ship song. Well, at least something that absolutely feels like a Hades and Persephone song. God. Uh, oh, whatever. Let's leave it at this. Funny how I see that in that old animatic I really tried to to give to give Persephone more hair texture. Mm. But like it's not super cool for the animatic when you have too much details. That's good. Not gonna lie, I really like drawing when I'm watching streams, so I used to watch some art streams, but like uh, lately, I don't see a lot of people whom I follow doing any art streams. So I remember that Silbatrus. Silbatrus is really cool. I really love Silbatrus. You might know Silbatrus because they drew a lot of really good Hades style animatics. And just I really love uh they used to be a little bit more active in the Hades Town fandom in particular, and they have really good animations and very pretty illustrations. They are huge they are huge inspiration for me. Okay, you know Silver is good. Like, oh, okay. But like I really love Silver I'm a huge fan. I just really love how they do art. And I remember I found, like, back in the days, I found some uh Hades and Persephone sketch that they did for some, like, random ask. It was so good. I just basically ran to their DMs being like, wow, that's so cool. That's so great. Like, it's so pretty. Like, what the hell, man? uh, so yeah, I used to draw Silbatra's stream when they made them. Uh, I used to watch a couple of my friends' streams, but they weren't on YouTube. I think. So now I'm usually when I'm drawing, I watch some sort of, like, really low effort, no no, like, brain required content, like, some YouTubers being angry at some other YouTubers or something like that, where I'm not super invested, but I just have some background noise. Or sometimes, like, it's not about the art again. I uh Sometimes I watch the dude called Kid Boga on Twitch. Like, if you like watching trashy stuff like I do, Kid Boga is such a source. Yeah, I meant the commentary stuff. Like, they just comment stuff, do some sort of investigation. I really like to watch Swoop, for that matter. I think she's really, like, the way she gives the material is really interesting, and you just learn a lot of random information. So, like, and plus they have really good background noise. I'm not paying too much attention to them. If you like like the commentary stuff. Um, but like, if you want some, like, trashy and fun stuff to watch when you are drawing, I sincerely advise to watch Kid Boga. He's very funny. Like, in terms of, like, Kid Boga is basically a scam baiter. So, like, there are different sort of scams going on, and he basically calls the scammers pretending to be one of his characters, and he has many, and he just improvises and wastes their time that they could have used to, scam some other people. And these streams are super funny because, like, first he plays all those characters, and they are, like, pretty insane, and sometimes he improvises and he makes up, like, a ton of different crazy situations. Yeah, he's funny, like, crazy situations, and just and like and he would do something like, oh no, I cannot give you the gift card because my I have like 10 microwaves working in my kitchen, and like the levels of radiation is so high that my telephone connection is breaking or something like that, like something absolutely insane. So like they're so fun to watch when you're drawing, because sometimes you find something so absurd that you start laughing, and it's just super funny. And lately he started like making those cameras to sit in some sort of website for Bitcoin transactions that they made up, and it's like basically like going through like all the different like stages of hell where they need to play the password game, stay on the line for hours, and then talk to the AI who talks with those phrases like, "Oh, let's imagine that you are walking down a fairy tale wood. Do you see the withdrawal button there?" Like it's insane, but it's so funny, like pure gold. But yeah, lately I don't watch art YouTube that much. It's I remember I used to watch like uh Doodle Date, which it was I'm not sure if they are like filming anything right now, but I remember that it was a super cute YouTube channel where people drew. Casey Code, and I think I also watched like a lot of them, but then I suddenly stopped for some reason. I don't know why. I really like Casey. I think like Casey is super creative. Like I remember that she had a video where she used like those like bullet journal type of tape to make more texture, and it's really cool. Like if you are doing traditional drawing. Uh oh yeah, I remember that she has had this video because she used to draw with those children grade watercolors, and then she transferred to professional media, and she was like, oh well guys, you wouldn't believe like the difference. But I think like I really like that video because like she makes some really great points. uh like obviously you don't need to have like the most expensive, the most professional materials of all, but with like with bad art materials, or the art materials that are not super good quality, often you have to like to make a good work, you have to play against the materials. And when you are drawing like with good quality materials, they usually work with you to create a piece, not against you. Okay, I see that. It looks bad here. I think with the Instagram and stuff like that, it's just that at the moment I think people don't have, like, just in general, enough attention to watch a lot of content, even if the content is just like a 10-minute video. Yeah, yeah, but like, uh, yeah, it's just like the attention span is far lower at the moment. But like, you should be happy that at least, like, with the art, with the art stuff, at least people who are watching your art, they don't need any extra effort in order to appreciate your art. Like, they will watch it and be like, oh, that pretty, and like it, or maybe follow you for some reason. But like, sometimes I think how poor fic writers are doing, because like, when you are an artist, like, you're not always getting like a lot of attention for your drawings, but with the fic writers it's even worse, because like, people, I think, are not reading as much now as they used to, and like, at least I can feel it on for myself. Like, I started reading considerably less since I started sitting in the internet. um I'm trying to fight it. And I even like read a couple of books during this vacation of mine, which was really pleasant. Sometimes apparently you need to work your brains out to feel a little bit more better. It's like touching grass. um but like, sometimes I think how like the fic writers are doing, because like, imagine that in order for someone to draw, like, to make a commentary about your work or to praise your work and get that gratification, partially because like, I understand that it's a big benefit of creating any sort of content. Like, you want people to comment on your work, or like it, or say like, oh, we like your work so much, because like, it gives you instant serotonin and dopamine and stuff like that. But I imagine like the fic writers, for somebody to comment on their work, which is not something that happens really often. I don't know. For some, like, people are not super into commenting works, because like, it's too much effort. Uh, the people need to also read this work in order to comment, and sometimes I think like, I'm so blessed that I'm into drawing, because this way I can get my easy dopamine so much easier. Yeah, yeah, I get it. But like, sometimes you need a little bit drama. But I just don't follow a lot of art content nowadays, and I'm not super interested in art related community conflicts. Like, I do think that people just need to chill and, I don't know, draw some art, I guess. Plus, again, with the art community at the moment, I think the biggest like talk of the day is the AI art. I don't know. I don't know. I think they do. Like, I would do that if I were a writer. Like, sometimes. Like, it's a normal thing because sometimes you need to like oftentimes, like, at least what from what I talked about with my writers friends, they kind of write some niche topics that they're interested in because there is no content that will give them this like experience. So yeah, I do think they reread it, but also sometimes it's good to reread your own work to be like, oh, who wrote this? This is so good. Like, you know, how powerful my paws are. Like, I actually did a good thing. Like, I usually have this with the animatics because, like, you might not be super self confident, but in the end of at the end of the day, when you are watching like the results of your work, you'd be like, oh, this is pretty good. uh, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'm making up too much details. That's maybe because I'm talking, I cannot think. So wow, what book is it? No, no, you're not distracting me. It's mostly that I love talking, but I'm bad at multitasking. I'm just starting to sketch more stuff. It's okay. Uh, to be honest, like it's the only motivator that you need because like I remember that like yeah and at the moment a lot of art that I do is just because like nobody but me is going to do that, and I kind of need some content for myself. Like, who will be drawing those niche NASA fan arts other than me? Oh, I've never read this book. Who's just who is Jelly art style? I'm not. I'm not sure. Is it like the Steven Universe art style? No, I think it's called color art style. Maybe I haven't seen that art style that much. I remember that people were pissed about the color art style. But again, I'm not in the art community that much to know a lot of stuff. So I guess I don't know. Like I don't know this artist. I just remember that like my biggest art community experience was when I was a kid, and uh, like mm, like where when I was a kid, like I was exposed to a very different art community because like the American art community for the most part is more or less fine. Like there are crazy people out there, but overall, like people in overall American or European art communities, they are okay and they're pretty supportive, like just general audience. But I grew up like with Russian art community, and that's crazy. That's these people are just insane. I remember that like they were super aggressive like when I grew up. I think I think I might have told this story before, but like when I was a kid, uh there was like a ton of bullying of artists. Like if you were not good enough, you were bullied. Uh, like, and it got to the point where some of those bullies, they would have a special group dedicated to bullying more people, um, which is fun. And I remember that when I grew up, like most artists I knew, their biggest fear was to be included in that group where people would give like a super mean criticism. Like you wouldn't even tell that it's a criticism because it was just, people calling you names and telling you that you are like stupid, talentless, you cannot draw, and you don't deserve to have an art blog or something like that. Like, crazy stuff, crazy stuff. And just like people in general in comments in different social webs were not super concerned about how their criticism of you might be like mean. I think in the European and in American art community, it is less. You see people giving criticism to other people unprompted, not so often. Like people are usually trying to say like either something good or not say anything at all. Like with some exceptions, obviously, but in general, I feel like usually that's it. But in Russian art community, like Russian people, they cannot do that. They need to tell the truth. And by telling the truth, it means to be as mean as possible. Like, otherwise it's not the truth. In like, uh, it's that um, discourse between whether you should be nice or whether you should be honest, and like whether it's your honesty is just your opinion or is it like a valid criticism. And I remember that it was so vile. I was afraid to post my drawings anywhere for like a pretty long time, because I was so afraid that people would call me mean words about posting my silly little drawings. So for me, all the all the crazy things that happens in like American art community, they're like just, child play. Um, in comparison to what I saw at this side of crazy communities. But yeah, that's my experience with that. Though I think that at the moment the community is mostly alright. But yeah, it was crazy time to live on. Just, bullies everywhere. Like if the author posted their work, they should be prepared to get like my absolutely unobjective insulting criticism all day around. Like, and if they don't take it, and if they feel broken after me like calling them talentless brats in front of like dozens of other people who would also, spam your blog page after you've been called out, like, for being bad at drawing, then it means they shouldn't be an artist. Because if you are an artist, like a true one, you shouldn't be upset about other people criticizing your work, your weak thing. So yeah, it was crazy. About the color style, um, like um, about color style, I think that um, yeah, it's the style like of Steven Universe, like the Amazing World of Gumball, like everything where everything is pretty like round, simple shape. I don't think like it's super bad. Like I think that the shows like Steven Universe they look pretty. Like I know it's unpopular opinion in some sources because like I saw people treating color style like it's something absolutely ugly. Like I don't think that's ugly. It's okay. Like I saw ugly styles, but it's really generic. I didn't grow up on those shows, though I like enjoyed a lot of like I remember really liking Steven Universe, but I didn't base my drawing style on them. Like it wasn't as formative for me as, for example, Disney movies and like a couple of different artists that I followed over the years. Like for example, I was big into Harry Potter and Percy Jackson adventures before, and there was a really cool artist that was called, I think, Birch Bog or something like that. Like if you were in fandom, you probably know. Uh, and her works, like I still love them dearly. I'm really sad that she kind of disappeared from like all the fandom spaces, uh, which is which is honestly tragic. Like not tragic because like I know that she got a family and I think a child. So like I'm at some point I'm like, wow, crazy when people you follow are getting like families and like they finish their education and they stop posting Percy Jackson adventure stuff. And I really like that artist, but so I kind of grew up on Disney movies, and I think these are the movies that I liked a lot, and I based my stuff a lot on them. I'm sad about like Bridget because I really enjoyed her art. It's so pretty and it's so dynamic, and it's still like for me, sometimes you have some artists that you like at some certain period of time, but then you're like come back to it and be like, oh well, it's not as good. as it used to be. Like for you, maybe because your tastes changed and stuff like that. But like with Bridget, uh, I was like, yeah, that's still an awesome art style. I wish I could see more of her new work, but she stopped like updating her Instagram and Tumblr and stuff like that, which is really sad for me. But with cowards, I think people are too critical about that coward style and blaming like the artist for using that style in the show. Like I don't think that it's exactly the artist's fault for using that style because like you know sometimes companies want a simple style because they need to save money on drawing these characters from episode to episode. Like, obviously, you would like every like animated show that comes out to look like Arcane or Spider Verse, but like, it's just not possible when the companies they just don't want to give money to do cool animation projects and they would cancel the good animation projects like after series one because they're like, oh, we don't care. So I don't think that like there is a trend, and you might like the style, you might dislike the style. Like I don't think that it's super criminal. I wouldn't say that it is a style that I would like to draw in, uh, but like if other people like it, I don't know. Like people's styles, it's something that reflects what they enjoy and some like things that they want to draw. I don't think that it's such a big deal that they use a super popular style. Like why am I the style police? No, truly don't care. Like if I don't like the person's styles, I would just not follow them. I don't know, it's not a big deal. If I like the style, I will like I don't know. Uh oh, I think I know Cryptid. Aren't they the person who drew a lot of Hamilton animations? Oh my god, you also grew up in the Russian art community. I'm so sorry. Like it happened to you. Like I feel like this Russian speaking like internet community is like very crazy, but I think it became chiller. Like also I remember that group with where they posted those criticism, and I remember that at some point all the people who were subscribed to that group were banned from the only group where like the biggest group where people would post tutorials about art like as a collective punishment for being assholes. So there is one good thing in this world. I mean, there's something. I wouldn't say that I grew up on Russian artists because like I think that I grew up on Disney animation. Like it was something that I really liked, and I still like to analyze the way they stylize their characters and their designs and how like expressive they are. But I don't remember having like a ton of favorite Russian artists. Like I have a couple of them like at the moment. Um but I wouldn't say that there is like my favorite like artist at the moment. I I just have a bunch of artists that I'm subscribed on and like I enjoy. That's all. American animation is so expensive, like it's crazy. I once wanted to check how much does it cost to study in colors, and should I tell that it's crazy expensive. Like, I was like, oh, maybe I could become better and try to apply there. And then I saw the amount of money you need to have, and I was like, uh, I've never seen this amount of money in my life. Like, not even like for the whole education, but just like for one semester. I haven't seen so much money. Like, I'm really sad for, American folks. If every of your like education programs costs so damn much, like like I'm really like I think I had a dream, let's say, but like I understand that I wouldn't be like even considered to colors even if I sent them any portfolio. I'm not super strong at uh, drawing and at basic like structures. I just understand that I wouldn't be able to do that. Or like if you look at Goblins, which is a French animation school, it's also pretty expensive. But I think it isn't as expensive as Colors. And to be honest, I think that the Goblins like end of year films that they post there, they look visually more strong than Colors. Um, but I just don't know. Like, yeah, I know that they look for more observation, more light drawing, and like dynamic and this kind of stuff. Um, and at some point, like I wanted to work on that and try to apply, and then everything happened. Basically, like I got work in nothing like drawing related, and I was like, whatever. I don't think that I will be able to carry another education. Like I at that point I just finished uni, and I was like, nah. But I kind of wanted to go on some animation courses, but I kind of don't know which ones do I want to. And sometimes I think that I need to get stronger, at basic things before going to attend those kind of classes, because like to be better in animation you kind of need to be better at drawing and all of that. No, colors is not a guarantee for success, obviously, but like with a lot of school like that and a lot of creative professions, people are mostly going to that sort of like educational facilities not to get some skills, because like I'm not sure about the color arts in particular, though I heard some like different stories. But like this sort of educational programs, they already consider that you are pretty solid at everything, at drawing, at animation, at like directing, at basically everything. So you are basically going there to get some education, but it, like, it's just in general my problem with, arts degrees and stuff like that, because they already consider that you are solid at everything, and that you just need to, improve. It is not like a beginner courses where they would take you and you are like okay at art but not super okay, and they make like a Terminator out of you, you know, Mulan style, like with a funny song on the background. But like, it's more, it's again, as far as I know, maybe my information is not super accurate, but a lot of people from CalArts, they just, self-educating themselves anyway, because like they don't have like enough educational materials and so and something like that. So like it's kind of pointless. But with a lot of art professions, people are just going to these establishments just to get some connections, because obviously when you are in a certain group, and like you are learning with some sort of people, those people can then recommend you at a workplace and be like, oh yeah, I have a friend who's good at drawing or like good at storyboarding and stuff like that, and like they may help you with that sort of stuff. Or maybe like they have some sort of as far as I know, like the events where they would show their projects to different people from industry, and so they would have like more opportunity to get noticed by the people who can possibly give them job afterwards. So like it's not completely useless, but it's more about the connections. And yeah, I think goblins, they just like look at their work, like it's so crazy good. Like I like colors, but when you are looking at their like final works, final like films that they usually post each year, it seems that their films, they're looking kind of like sketchy, drafty, not so like super finished, polished, and stuff like that. It isn't bad. Like obviously from some of those projects, like some good things come out. Like for example, Gravity Falls. It was like I think a co-arts project initially, like that's pilot. But with goblins, it seems like a short film, like a legit short film, where everything is on a super high level. Like they're super pleasant to watch, and yeah, Blitz in Ireland. I've never heard of it. I will check it. Uh, for the most part, like lately, I know that there are some Russian animation programs where just some people from who finished Goblins or some other art university, they basically share their tips and tricks on like different animation principles, on storyboarding, and that kind of stuff. So I was thinking about taking one of those, uh, but then I never did. Like I don't know. It's just the older you are, the harder it is to get in those sort of stuff, because you have work, and then you are tired, and then you have some different things to do. So yeah, enjoy your time in school. Yet I think a lot of countries, they have uh, they have animation programs. Like in my city, there was an animation university, but I didn't get there uh, because I don't know. Like I actually wanted to, but my dad was like, "No, you're not going into art. Like basically, art is for losers. For losers, you wouldn't be able to like pay for stuff." Yeah, so I got to foreign languages, which is so cool, and so well paid. I'm being sarcastic, but I really loved it there. But I wished, from some perspective, I wished I would be like less uh, dependent on somebody else's opinion, and like the opinion that my art isn't good enough to be accepted in that sort of university. And I would be like, oh yeah, I will practice and I will try it myself. If no, then no. If yes, then well, why not? But sadly, I didn't. but I wouldn't say that I very much like upset about it now. I had a lot of fun stuff. Learned French, you know. What can be better than learning French? Oh, that's cool. I mean, I think you can always get into, storyboarding and like animation a little bit later. Like, for the most part, like, I don't think that I want to professionally work in animation, but like, I would like to be able to animate to do my silly little things, like, you know, to maybe draw some Hades and Persephone animations or some animatics and some sort of stuff, and I'll be pretty happy about it. Um, why did I choose French? Not like I had a choice, but like, um, no, basically, like my university had a program, and they had, I think, four foreign languages available. They had English, they had French, they had they had German, and I kind of studied French at school, and I generally really like French because I was a huge fan of French musicals. So if you need French musicals recommendations, I will gladly give you a full list of stuff that I found with English subtitles. I really like them. I think in the American community, like there is people are not super aware of the existence of languages of not languages, like musicals from other countries, because like the American musical uh like industry is so big. But I was obsessed. Like French musicals were the first kind of musicals that I've ever seen, and they were one of the reasons why I became so obsessed in them in the first place. And so at some point, like when I had to choose an education, my dad kind of wanted me to go uh, to economics and stuff like that, but I really didn't want to because like I'm bad at math and stuff like that, and it would be a torture for me. But I really liked foreign languages, so like I passed it, and in Russia, actually, there is an opportunity to get into free education. But basically, you need to pass your final exams really well. I did it, and I kind of got into that um, program. But like when you are not paying for education, you kind of cannot choose the language that you are going to study. So to be able to study English, which is like the most requested language and probably the most hyped language program, you needed to pass an extra test and have like the highest results. So if out of like 100 people who got there, or like 50 people who got there, only like 10 would go and have the opportunity to um, study in English language, like stuff like that. So like my results probably weren't like the top of the class. So I got into another language I chose, which was French, because I studied it at school already and I loved it. So I was like, oh yeah, I can study French. If not French, I can study something else, learn a new language. So yeah. Um, yeah, like the parents always have some sort of project for you to follow. But I think one thing that you need to remember is that it's kind of your life. And like often when like you are studying at the university, like maybe it's just a case in Russia, but like you often study in the university and you don't work on your like assigned profession just because like you find something else. So just like uh I think that either you are studying on something that will give you like a lot of money, or at least when you are like choosing a university or like stuff like that, I think it's good to think about like, will you be sorry if you wasted that time like studying here, like if you decide to go into some other profession, like will you be upset that you lost like 3, 4, 5, 6 years like studying those subjects? Like if yes, then maybe try to consider something that at least will be pleasant and fun for you. Because like I wouldn't say that my like language education uh I like it's kind of useful, but I don't work like um I don't work exactly like for my profession. But I also don't feel that the time that I spent studying French or like other disciplines was like absolutely wasted, because I really loved, learning more about French, learning more about like theoretical aspects of French language and like in general. So for me, it was fun, at least. So I don't think that like it was a wasted time. But like if you understand that being a doctor is not something that like you are passionate about, and it's the idea that like effectively makes you feel like sick when you are thinking that the next 5 years or 6 years I will be learning that, then maybe it's not something that you wanna do. But like if you don't mind being like a doctor, and if you like enjoy that, then you can always remember that if you want to do something creative, um, there is also other opportunities. Like you don't necessarily need to go to the university to study art. You can draw on your own, or you can find some like additional education uh, art program, and just do the stuff you like. uh, so like going to the university and like um going to the university and like getting the degree, it isn't like it isn't where your world ends. Like if you go get this degree, you will never be able to do art or something like that. You can do this and that. You can let the art be your hobby, because like not every person also um has the wish to do art full time, because like maybe for some people, like when you're drawing all day something that you are not necessarily want to draw, it's complicated. Like it's not super cool. So like I don't know, if you are 13 you have so much time to figure it out. Though I think that it's kind of sad that when you are choosing like the university and stuff like that, you need to be so young. Like I remember that my parents started to ask me where I want to go from the age of I think 15 and 16, and it was like the most stressful time for me, because like I don't know, I'm 16. Like who knows what you want to do in life when you are 16? Like what you want to do? I want to, I don't know, eat chips and draw my pictures or something like that. I want to watch Gravity Falls, something like that. These are my wishes at the prime age of 16. Not like thinking about what kind of destiny do I want to pick up today. So I wished there would be more time to think about it, to at least understand what you don't want to do. I think it's really important to understand what you don't want, uh, as much as understanding what you want. But it's like my philosophy talk. But I just think that like if you hate math and like you cannot imagine yourself doing math, even if your parents want you to be like a physician uh, or a mathematician, you probably shouldn't agree at that, because this way you will be forced into doing the things that you hate, and like you wouldn't have fun. You probably wouldn't be good at that, because like it's not something that you like to do, and it's not good to anyone. Well, if you understand that being a doctor is not something for you, you can just not be a doctor. So don't worry about it too much. I would say like if you understand that it is not something that you like, just find something that you will enjoy more. Like, but I can understand like from the parents' perspective, when your child is saying to you, "Oh, I want to be an artist," like your first reaction is like, "No, you don't," because it's highly like unstable job. It's hard to find the work opportunities. It's with the AI art, it's even worse, because like the the value of artist work was already underappreciated, but with the AI, it becomes like people are even more like mean about it and disrespectful about it. Like I just I'm probably not a super good advisor in this sort of things, but like find something that you find at least supportable for you. Like I have a sister, and she's and this year she is supposed to go to college. And so like when we were speaking about like where you want to go, like she was basically like, I don't know where I want to go. And I was like, well, start with where you don't want to go, because this way you will understand what's what are your limits, what are your no-nos, uh, and that kind of stuff. So like I know a lot of people. Like I have a friend who like from school, and through all the time that I knew him, he was super interested in history, in like geography. Like the guy was an absolute genius in that sort of thing. He knew a lot of facts, and he could like basically draw maps from memories. Like he would win some like Olympic like those contests on that sort of stuff. But his family, like his whole family, they are like professors of physics, or either they are have had physics education, like physics teachers, and stuff like that. And his mom, like the dude didn't want to actually go to physics, but he was okay at physics, just but you could feel like it's not something that his heart was up to. Like the dude absolutely loved history and geography, um, but she kind of affected him by being like, you need to continue like your family tradition. You need to go to learn physics, and like even though like my class teacher really tried to talk with the mom and be like, well, you understand that your son absolutely doesn't want it. Like look at him, he's not having fun there. Like he's like it's obviously that it's not what his heart desires. He still got like into physics, and he studied I think 1 year at like physics university, and then he dropped out because he understood that he cannot just do it anymore, because he didn't like it, and he just went studying geology as he wanted to. And like I met him like last year already, like this summer, and I learned that he actually went to study geology. And the guy was so happy. Like he was absolutely so happy, because he was finally studying something that he really liked, like the resources, the earth, and I don't know, anywhere like you might waste like 5 years of your life being the doctor, but eventually, like if it's not something that makes you happy, there is a risk that you will you will decide to change your job. So this time will be wasted anyway. Um, yeah. I think with the AI, I think it's kind of inevitable that the company will try to use it to just make artists' lives more miserable. I'm super patient. I'm super uh, passionate about the AI subject, but I just think that AI, like in general, AI isn't bad for some like mundane, um, everyday tasks. Like for example, I worked in customer support, and in some platforms, like you can use ChatGPT to help you write replies to the customers, or to rephrase like your reply to the customer who doesn't understand like uh, your explanation, or they just stubborn and they don't want to understand and you need to reply to them anyway. So you use this tool to just basically rephrase your reply to not send them the same message over and over again. It's not a bad use of AI. It hurts no one. It just makes people's life easier. Like, it should be used for some mundane tasks, like, I don't know, helping the animators to, I don't know, color things faster, to increase the time that the people can use to do the creative work, instead of doing something that takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Even though like it's also questionable, because some people are doing this mundane tasks for a job, so like you kind of don't want to deny those people their job. um but also here, like it is at least understandable. But when people are treating AI as some like as some sort of saving grace, like ignoring that it basically steals from the artists who didn't give their permission to teach their AI, uh, it's upsetting. I can understand that for general public, like when you just be like, oh, I want to see how my face would look if I were a Pixar cartoon, and they would press a button and would get this generic ass picture and forget about it. Like I can understand that from that perspective. But like when people on Twitter are trying to persuade you persuade artists that they are artists too, because they put in a couple of props, and that the artists are just gatekeepers who are, I guess, gatekeeping the ability to hold a pen. I guess, I'm sorry, I'm not sure like what are you gatekeeping when the like the starting like limit for doing art is like so low. You just need to take a pencil and start drawing and not be a lazy ass. And they like explain their laziness with the fact that they're doing art but just doing it differently. It's just so annoying, because like be at least honest with yourself, dude. Like when I'm repeating, when I'm like drawing without a reference, and because of that my drawings are not looking like exactly like I want them to look. I don't say like uh I don't know, is because like the universe is unfair, and like I don't know, somebody else is guilty in the fact that my drawing doesn't look the way I wanted to draw. um but like I don't know. It's just ridiculous to blame somebody else, because it's like, oh well, my like I cannot draw well with a pencil, and this is why I'm drawing with the AI, because I don't want to put like, instead of saying like, oh, I don't want to put any effort, and actually I'm super lazy to practice and try and spend hours to become like passable at drawing, and just spend a good time, have a fun time. I want to just press a button and then tell how hard it was to actually type in the prompt in order for the program to make me more art based on the buttons I pressed because it was so hard. I spent hours typing those prompts. But like I still think that for me maybe because I'm not super dependent on my art because like art is not the primary source of my income. Like I'm not super bothered about monetizing my art. I just know that when I'm opening commissions, there are people who are willing to buy some stuff for me because like they want something to be drawn in my style in particular, and I really appreciate that. And I just think that the relationship between people, like the artist and their audience, like they will still remain. Like there will still be people who want to look your art because there is you in your art. Uh, yeah, I don't know, some sort of a very uh very philosophical kind of street. Also, I think character design is super fun. And about like people with different lifestyles, I think it's a good advice because it helps you understand that a lot of people actually become like fulfilled in their craft or in their profession when they are not like 16 years old. Like, uh, because I know it's kind of I think there is a certain like I would say wouldn't I don't know how to say it, but like cult of cult of youth, where if you are doing some if you are drawing well and you are 15 16 years old, it's super impressive. But when you are drawing well and you are like 20 years old, it's not as impressive anymore because you are an old person. Like at this point. um but like there are a ton of really good artists who are like 30, 40. Like look at Hayao Miyazaki, who's like what 80, 89. Like, and the dude is still kicking. Like, so yeah, you have plenty of time. Oh, she doesn't look like herself. Yeah, but well, like quite literally. If you decide that you want to do something else, well, like you will do it anyway. There are so many people who decided to try something else, and then they are like, "Oh yeah, I'm having my own brand of clothing," and it becomes like vaguely popular, and you feel like, "Wow, that's cool." Character design is cool. It's also like I really enjoy it because like you can try to uh like show a lot of things about the character via the character design. It's something that I found very fun, and for me, it's like I really like drawing characters in situations that show the particular characters like character. Sorry for repetition, but it's about making your life, your art a little bit more uh, alive. About like improving art, I think one thing that helps me improve more is actually one thing that I looked at in Ethan Baker's videos. I'm not sure if you're watching him, but he has a lot of good videos on how to study and improve your art. And I think one thing that um, helps me is actually trying to break down like the artworks that you really like. You just take the art from some other person, like whom you enjoy, and you or like some production um, like Disney concept art or Encanto or whatever movie you're obsessed about this time. And just look up the art books and to just break down like what they do with their character design, what they do like to show who is that character, or just in general. Right now, I'm mostly working on getting better at drawing like shapes. So now I'm mostly like looking at that when I'm studying like the art. So like there is a game that I love a lot, which is God of War, and recently we finished watching the let's play of that game with my friends, whom I made watch it because it's a great game and it's a great story. Uh, so yeah, I recommend watching it. And I was like, I want to draw the main character from that game. But like to draw him, you kind of need to study how his face looks like first. And at first, I was like, well, he's super realistic. There is probably no like stylish elements. Like there are no like super vivid shapes in his face. But then I started studying him, and it turns out that he's so shaped, and it was so cool. And I like got to break him down and understand how he worked, and probably the idea that his character designer had when he was uh, you know creating this new design for him. And it is kind of it's super inspiring, and also like helps you study and understand a bunch of stuff. And Ethan Baker has a lot of videos on how to like develop style, how to study other artist artwork, and plus, some different things like, as like being uh, like confident in your lines. Like it's something that I wanna uh, build upon, because sometimes like you are looking at somebody else's art and you think like it's pretty good, but like you can feel um, that they are not exactly confident with how they draw. There are like no no strong decisions in how they are drawing. So I'm kind of working on them on that. Thank you. But I recently was rewatching 101 Dalmatians, and like as I was watching it, I was like, oh my god, it's so impressive. Like uh, the way they build characters, and like the way they used the lines. That's I actually wanted to study it a little bit. Maybe I'll do it later. But like all that, studying, usually like you need to have more motivation to do that. But yeah, you can learn a lot from that, and with how people draw. Oh, that's cool. I do think that you have a really fun line quality, though I think I mostly saw like your finished artwork. But like with many people, when you're looking at their work, you can see like who is more confident and who is like less confident. Also, when you're looking at the sketches, uh, because sketches show show everything, betray you. No. I'm not sure I like your mouth. I actually really like how Silbatross sketches, because like I don't know, it's so impressive. Like and Silbatross has very good shapes. I think like so shaped. Silbatross is actually guilty in a way I draw Hades' nose now, because like I think I noticed in their animatics how they draw Hades' nose, and they draw it something like like that, and I was like, oh, that's so big brain, like, uh, and I kind of like without thinking about it too much, I started drawing it more or less the same, but it's such a good shape because like you can see it straight away. No, it's not. It's not a how long animatic. I already did a how long animatic. I think you can see it on this channel. It is a random animatic uh, that I did before. You can also find like the draft on the channel. Um, it's based on the Oh Hello's Cold as the Night. I would have like showed it, but the YouTube most likely will say, "Oh, that's copyright claim." So I wouldn't be able to show it. Um, but it's like the idea of that animatic is that it's the first like autumn after Hades Town, and Hades and Persephone, they're kind of thinking about like their past and kind of preparing to meet each other again as they uh, used to do before everything happened. And so, like, in the end, Hades should take Persephone home. And this is basically the idea of the animatic. I would say that, yeah, they probably took it from Gravity Falls days, but I don't think in Gravity Falls there are like a lot of characters with that type of nose. But their shape language is game is so strong, and I also love how dynamic and interesting their animatics looks. Um, because mine, I wouldn't say like they're super dynamic. Maybe because I'm not feeling super strong to draw like full body characters. It's my Roman Empire. Um, I mostly love to draw expressions. Like that's that's my favorite thing. No, I don't like it. Like it. I also don't like. I also don't like drawing lips. It's also my Roman Empire. But like I started drawing lips more like once I got into Hades Town, because often like it's good to draw lips like in general. Uh, but I used to ignore it a lot. I don't know this mouth one. Nah. The characters, the Hades and Persephone. I don't know. I have so much meta about them. I really love them. No, I can talk about Hades and Persephone a lot. I really enjoy them in Hades style. And about like I think you asked about like different Greek mythology media. Uh, I'm interested, but I wouldn't say that uh, I'm super like into it. Like I'm not consuming everything that has Greek mythology, even though that lately I have like a couple of books on Greek mythology and that kind of stuff that I want to read. Um, stay like on my shelf. It's probably will be the next book that I'm planning to read after I finish that rather niche and but rather interesting book about the origins of Merlin the magician. I think. Um, but about Hades and Persephone, I think for me they're super interesting characters in Hades Town. Like I really love Orpheus and Eurydice. Obviously, you might have missed that, judging by the amount of Hades and Persephone that I have. But I love Orpheus too. Also, the new Obsidian Workshop one. I think they're so angsty. They're so sad. No, I don't know. I think I messed up the angle, but I think they are really interesting in a way that we don't even see them interact much in the show, and a lot of their interactions are just the moments where they don't even speak, like the moments on the balcony in the act one, or like so many things about them are dependent on how the actors play them and what kind of dynamic. And and they just uh like they're so meow meow. I'm not sure how to explain it. It's so interesting. I think they were the reason why I was so fascinated with Hades Town in the first place. Because I remember when I watched Hades Town, it was like one of the one of the moments where like I finished the musical and I was thinking about it like a lot, thinking about like the parallels and the metaphors and stuff like that. And it's not like a super common thing when you are finishing the musical, even though I really love the musicals. I'm a huge musical fan. So I just think this story is so tragic because they love each other so much, but their love for each other is the reason of their biggest um fallout of that relationship. and and what is, I think, the most heartbreaking fact of all is that their trouble can never be solved because they are forced into that relationship where one is absent for 6 months and the other is forced to wait for 6 months, which is so inherently sad and tragic uh, and like heartbreaking in a way that's one like Hades loves her so much that for him her absence is so insufferable that he basically cannot live without her. It's so sad, it's so tragic, but there is a fic that's kind of, I think, grasp it so well, but sadly, since it's since it's kind of it has a lot of explicit content, I wouldn't be yeah, go on, read it. But there are people who grasp this essential of their relationship so well. Like they're so dependent on each other, and they love each other so much that they hurt each other. It's so tragic. Okay, I think it's well enough. I think the next frame is supposed to be like cute Hades or something. Oh, yes. No, he's cute. The book I'm reading, it's called I think it's called The True Tale of Merlin the Magician. But like I only started it. I think I wrote one quarter of it. But it's basically like some book that's kind of explores how the idea of Merlin changed over time from how people have first like he was kind of a little bit of a fraud in a way because he was written into a historical book about um, the history of kings of Britain, while not actually being a super like real character. So it was kind of a fraud. But how like in 12th century when he was kind of introduced in that book, how people have seen him as a real figure in history who did prophecies and who was that guide of English kings. So it's kind of interesting how then this like view of him kind of changed and he became more of a uh, literature character. So it's kind of interesting, but it's like scientific ish. Yeah, it is. It's just NASA. I'm so biased. Yeah, it's NASA. But like, I love NASA so much. It's like I don't know. It's my Roman Empire again. Like, I constantly think about it, but I think it's written super well, and in general, really love Ace writings because like she grasps those characters so well, and like yeah, I have nothing else to say. It's so good, so tragic. I don't think it grasped like the inherent tragedy of the situation and their love for one another, yet their inability to communicate and to uh, function in a way. So in a way, you are kind of like both absolutely attached to both of them, and like I don't know, I gently love both Hades and Persephone in that fic. They're so I don't know. I just like hug them and cry. Um, but also they're so problematic. Like, but it's so interesting to read. Like I love it deeply. Like as you could see, judging by the amount of uh by the amount of artwork I did. Like honestly, my artwork is the biggest proof that I really love any like piece of media or like fic or something else. Uh, because like if I didn't like it, I wouldn't have drawn so many artwork of it. It's just like, drawing is my ultimate love language. I would say so, because like once I love something deeply, I just cannot stop drawing it. It's just um I just cannot. Like it isn't dependent on me. I'm sometimes really embarrassed with the amount of Naso fan art I have. Uh, yeah, yeah, we're friends with the right. Honestly, poor Ace, who writes of Naso because uh I'm so crazy. I think we started like first time we started talking. I basically came to her DMs with being like, I have a playlist for your characters from the fanfic. Please look at it. Also, here is like a bunch of drawings that I made. Take my humble gifts, please update. But yeah, I love it so much. Truly, it's like one of one of the best fics in that fandom for Hades and Persephone. I think he should carry Persephone from the train each year. It's just his job, his duty. But I just like one of the things that I love in Vaso. It's like it's how painfully in love they are with each other, even at the worst of times. I just feel sick. Like it's so sick and twisted. Like that chapter where Persephone is super depressed. She cannot even bring uh spring over, and he kind of defends her, being like, "Oh, she's not feeling well." And it's described that she's like, that she never loved him more in her life, and I'm like, "Oh no, that's so adorable. That's so horrible. Such a horrible situation. It's so sweet. It's so painful. Why would you do that to me?" Uh, I think the chapter is named "A Year Without Summer," and please don't call me a nerd. Like, yes, I do remember the name of that chapter. I think yeah, it's "A Year Without Summer." It's pretty depressive one. I think it's pretty sad, but also really explicit. So like, please be reasonable. Um, oh, I actually really wanted to draw Poseidon lately. When I was going through, uh, mm, while I was going through like gesture drawing, I just found a really good like body shape for him, because I was like, I tried to draw him before, but I think he looked like too much like Hades, but short. And I was like, nah, it's not how I want him to look, and kind of stopped there. But like I was just thinking, I really wanted to draw a bunch of like different Naso characters, like from the rest of the pantheon. But to do so, I need to first like check the chapters and find their descriptions, because I'm not sure like I remember them. Though to be fair, in some chapters the description are really a little bit different. Uh, but like I'm feeling myself like as such a total nerd, because like I was reading one of the chapters and it had like the eye color for one of the triplets, and I was like, wait, I absolutely remember that this child should have Persephone's eyes, because it was in another like chapter. And I was like, wait, is it like, do we have a change of memo, or is it just something else? This is legit one of the saddest Naso chapters. I think like I have a personal like unsupportable Naso chapters that are super painful for me to reread. But I think the Eurydice chapter is like at the top of that list, because this one was like, oh my god, it's just pain, pain, agony. But also it's like it's such a great chapter, like in terms how it is written. It's so good. I think it like reflects the characters so well. Like it absolutely broke me. It made me another person. I really wanted to draw Hestia as well, because like I was obsessed with the idea that Hestia probably looks a lot more like Hades, and I think one of the latest chapters it was described that she has a short hair and that she has a silver hair, and I was like, oh my god, it would be so cool, I need to draw her. But like I need to look through the chapters to get the character description better, so like have a better picture. Because in general, like when I'm reading, I don't have a precise like picture of how the characters look like. In general, I mostly have a feeling. And what I like in that fic in particular is that like when you have a good like writing, you kind of can easily like imagine the scene and the sentiment that the scene should have, which makes it really cool and fulfilling to draw. The Eurydice chapter is like it broke my heart. Like it's I'm sorry, but like yeah, her seeing Eurydice, and also uh but like I'm sorry, one moment that destroyed me in that chapter is that uh like they get into the argument and Persephone storms off, and they both basically, you know, fall asleep crying. That's so painful. But like when he wakes up And he sees that like Eurydice is out of the office, and that the broken like glass got collected, and that he got basically, tackled, and like that the picture of her of them that he had and fall asleep with is on his desk again. It's something that absolutely like destroyed me. It killed me on more than one level. It's so good. It's so painful, but oh my god, Ace is just like so good at writing them. I think it was mentioned that she had silver hair in summer chapters. That her hair, I think, started to become white. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. I remember. I'm not sure. Like I think maybe I'm imagining things, but it was like that in my head. Maybe I just imagined them because like I don't know. Like I need to draw them in order to like understand how they look like. First, like I have the idea of how Persephone should look like. How I'm sorry, Persephone. I meant Demeter should look like. God, it's not going to be well. But I like you can design his hair however you want. I just for some reason I imagined her with short hair and more like Hades hair quality because I think like in my head, mm, like I think Demeter. I recently really wanted to design Rhea, and I was thinking that Demeter is probably uh, more like mom, and like from Poseidon, I only remember that he is loud and he is short and he has wide nose, because I think it was stated that Arion in his human form has his dad's nose. So like that's the only things I remember about them. And again, I kind of found the complexion I want for him when I was going through gesture drawing, and I found like a guy who was poisoning. I was like, oh, that's probably the complexion that I would want for him. Um, I don't know. I wasn't thinking about it, but like, mm, I mean, they're siblings anyway, and like, I'm sorry, you cannot go anywhere from the problematic aspects because like it's Greek mythology. Uh, I don't know. I usually mostly think about how they would look in relation to their mom and dad. If you have mom who looks like that, like how would the kid would look like, and mostly like would they look more like their mom or more like their dad? I don't know, but obviously since like Hades and Demeter are the only like designs that I have at the moment, I'm like, um, Who of Hades' siblings would look more like him, and how would it be shown? Same. I just like, nah, nah, never happened. But like, yeah, it's just a really weird thing to be like upset about when it comes to Greek mythology. Like, I just think that, uh, like you can you can obviously, like, when you're writing about Hades Town, obviously you can ignore that because like you don't need, like, it depends on how much of the Greek pantheon you can make up, and like what is the relationship between the characters. But like if you want to have semi, like, Greek mythology verse where everything like is more or less the same in terms of like roles and relationship, obviously like you wouldn't be able to run away from it. Like you just have to live with that, I guess. No, I only did uh Hades. I like Hades. I'm saying like I did Hades design, like like I drew something else apart from um general, you know, Patrick Page. Um, I was thinking like I wasn't thinking about Hera, but I don't know, for some reason when I think of Hera, I don't think of her as having the same complexion as Hades. Again, uh, I think for me, like the sibling, like the part of the seven who looks more like Hades would be Hestia. For some reason, at least, like when I'm thinking about it, I mostly think about Hestia, um, and not Hera. But maybe because, like, for me, in my brain, Hera like has the vibe of a peacock, which is her like sacred animal or something like that. So I always imagined her kind of, you know, like, I don't know. I would say like if you watched God of War 3, there is her, and complexion wise I imagine her somewhere like this, but like more regal. So I'm not sure. I don't know about Hades Town headcanons, but I I have a very interesting thought. Um, like I that I remembered recently. Like there is a person who translated chat to in French, and it's really great. But one of the lines they translated the chant to from the New York Theater Workshop, and in one of the verses, they were like they translated like the worker verses. Like he said, we should soldier on, and then the war will bring us peace. Uh, but they like translated it a little bit different, and uh, they got the line like, "Where is my uh, where is my peaceful death?" Which is really interesting. Which made me really think that Hades deprived the workers. Like, obviously, he made them work and over time and stuff like that. But it really makes you think how he really deprives them of the one thing that is basically available of, like, the sacred right of any person to have like eternal peace in death. So he basically, instead of sending them in some great beyond, so they would be reborn or just you know do what people do after death, whatever. He deprived them of that, and it's not something that I thought about, but yeah. My main beloved canon is that Hades has Titanomachy nightmares, but it's like pretty pretty basic hit canon to have. Oh, I have a head canon about Araya and Hades' relationship. Or more like, I was thinking about how Hades is probably really uh, upset at Rhea because, like, he's your first son, and she didn't save him from her dad, from his dad. So, to be honest, I really love this line in Naso where you kind of have to think about how Hades basically get himself away from his family. And from the one hand, obviously, it's family's fault in a way because like they made him feel bad and isolated because he's but also like and they never visited. But from the other hand, he's also like he cannot hold contacts with people. He he expects them to like read his mind and understand that he needs them to, I don't know, visit and be concerned and show care about him. And yet he himself cannot, go through it and tell it directly. So yeah, it's interesting. But I have a lot of, thoughts about NASA characterization and Oh my god, I really love the idea of Hades babysitting her plants. I like adding to that idea. I really like the idea that Seth got um, some sort of, you know, garden in the underworld, and that while she isn't around, he's trying to keep her garden growing. I think it's a really sweet idea. Oh, we actually discussed it with Zays, but he would probably be like a really bad person to lead in general because he's so like he cannot see the other side in many cases. He's very, you know, straightforward in a way. But it's just interesting. I really enjoy thinking about it. I think he's a little bit salty that he got this this role, but like imagine like he that he has to constantly live with his father who hurt him. So he's basically like constantly have to live with his trauma and with the possibility that his dad can at some point, I don't know, return. I also actually loved that line in Nassau that he has to basically come and see see Kronos from time to time to make sure he isn't plotting anything, and that it's the constant like it's his constant worry because I think uh, in one of the chapters, I think it was something about how he's constantly like there was like a line about how he's kind of preparing Persephone in case he wouldn't like come out of the room with his father in a way. So I think it's inherently very tragic and very interesting to think about. I think it would be more productive is if Demeter just got a couple of geese and just made them chase Hades around. Because like geese are better than plants. They are running and they are biting really painfully. The the entitled Goose Game, but it's like but Hades Town edition. I mean, with Persephone, it depends on her mood and whether he annoyed her or not. Like, if he was noisy and annoying, of course, she's just, alright, Jason. Like, that's something he deserves. Uh, I mean, it depends. I think I even got asked at some point, but like in general, I think it really depends on the actor who is playing Hades because they all played differently. But like, I think the implication about them having an affair is pretty strong. But um, like, there is a nice book which is working on a song, and you can see that like whether she's like discussing this subject in like the earlier productions of Hades Town. She constantly like she constantly writes Hades as a cheater, uh, because like there are some lines, like I think I have a post where I basically had some uh, actual quotes from that book to give like a better understanding of what I'm talking about. Uh, but in general, she seems to have like this idea that even if Hades is a serial cheater, or like if he's like cheating when Persephone isn't around, it doesn't matter for him too much, and it doesn't affect their relationship too much because they're like eternal beings, blah blah blah. They know each other for years, and like they have such a deep connection, it doesn't affect them. So like I think this was the idea. In at least in the early production of Hades Town. Also, I think in the New York Theater Workshop, the implications seem to be more explicit. Like in for example the scenography of Papers. Like there is nothing like obviously like explicit, but like it actually has like Hades basically stepping in front of Eurydice, and it seems like he's more of in an ownership of her. Like it seems this way. So, but I think on Broadway, it's kind of vague, and even though there are some implications, I think it all gets up to the character who is playing Hades, because it's really different. Uh, like I would say that for me, Uh, I would say that for me, like it makes more sense if there was no affair there. Uh, why? Like to explain why. Uh, I think that on Broadway, Hades isn't shown as as a like serial cheater. It seems that their falling out on Broadway is like something that has been like building up for a very very long period of time. But it isn't something like chronicle, let's say. Um, so Broadway Hades doesn't give me serial cheater vibe. So it seems to me that his plan on Broadway is to basically scare Persephone a little bit, so she would understand that he is the bestest boy, and so she would run back to him, being like, "Oh no, I was so wrong. Like, of course, like I was so wrong being so mean to you." Like he's basically like a cat bringing her a dead bird and being like, look at what I did. Are you happy? Like, see, like, please pay attention to me. I did that. Like, uh so he's like, he's very, I'd say he's very obvious about it. And also it seems to me like in Why We Build the Wall, there is this small moment after the end of the song and like before uh, Hermes lines about behind closed doors, that stuff, where he basically touches her elbow to make her pay attention to what he's doing. uh, and there he goes with Eurydice, and he's just like, by touching her elbow, he's basically making sure that she's looking at him, while he makes a show of like taking off his tie, being like, yo, you understand the implication here? Yes, like, see, stop me. Like, I think his whole thing was like, if Naso, I think Naso uh really fits to what I was thinking about how he wants to get some reaction from her and to make her stop him, to be like, no, what are you doing? Like, that's messed up. Like, to make a scene, to like to scream at him, to like to do something, but she's kind of, you know, just apathetic to it. Uh, and so I think like the whole idea was to make a show, and I think, then considering that he doesn't seem like he cheated on her before that, it seems to me risky to actually for him to actually cheat, because this kind of thing could damage his relationship irreversibly, you know. uh, so like in New York City workshop, Hades kind of knows that, like, there is this phrase where she says in the beginning of How Long, like, I don't mind if you look at other girls now and then. Um, so it kind of makes you understand, like, that she's okay. Like, when she's not around, like, he can have some fun with other girls. So they just look at them, gaze at them, and stuff like that. So it doesn't bother her much, because she knows that eventually, like, they're connected forever, and he basically doesn't need anybody else. It's just like some like temporal thing. um but on Broadway it seems to be more of a big deal. And I think what also buys me into this idea is how long before, like, in how long there is also like a different subtext depending on how the actor plays it. Because like in Broadway, how long Persephone says he has the kind of love for her, like you and I once had, and it seems to me like depending on the Hades actor and like basically the day and how they play it, Hades' reply, which is like, the girl means nothing to me. Uh, it it can play, vaguely different. Like, because I listened to Patrick Page saying those lines like in different bootlegs, and in some cases he basically sounds pretty, surprised and terrified when she's like saying that the kind of love that we used to have, being like, wait, like, and it makes you think that he's like, oh wait, she thought about this way, like now she thinks that I don't love you, don't love her. Like, what? Why do you think so? Like, no, it's kind of got a little bit out of hand. So it really depends on whether or not, like how this scene is played and how the actor feels about it this day. Because in some cases he sounds like scandalized, in some cases he sounds like uh surprised and even like scared that she didn't think of it like as just a simple tease. And so I don't know, it's it really depends on how you read the situation, but like I think both options are possible. But I think for me, I myself, I'm more comfortable with the version where there wasn't an affair. But I think, there is an interesting fic from the same author who wrote Naso, which is like the Promises verse, where Hades and Persephone, they are more like from the New York Theater Workshop, like in terms of characterization. And there, like, we never know whether the affair was there, but it's basically the fic from Persephone's point of view, and it's post canon. And there, like, it's never stated whether something was in the office or there was nothing in the office, but we only see like how it affects Persephone uh, really badly, like in terms of her not being sure. And so essentially, it isn't important whether there was something there or wasn't. The trust issue has already been stated. Like, so it is also like a really interesting take. Thank you very much. Yeah, I kind of like using Clip Studio for animatics. I don't think it's super difficult to get through, like at least with basic like frame by frame stuff. I still didn't master how to do um how to do like camera properly. But overall, I think it's like it might be overwhelming like Photoshop, but I think it's like pretty easy once you get grasp. But basically, to get a grasp, what I did was ignoring any other program for like years. So I was making myself draw in Clip Studio to basically understand it. But obviously, when you're going to Clip Studio from something like Paint or Sai, it seems overwhelming. Uh, my thoughts in your theater workshop. I love it. I wouldn't say that it's like the prime version of Hades Town, but I wish Broadway would record um, a live album because like I really loved how New York Theater Workshop um, sounds like. But also, I really like New York Theater Workshop, Orpheus, and Eurydice because they seem to me more forward individuals. Also, I'm still not okay. I'm still not okay by the ending of Doubt Comes In, which ends with "You're early. I missed you," which is like absolutely insane. Like you're not supposed to do these things to me. But I think like a lot of poetry is like more nuanced in New York City Workshop. But I also like the Persephone and Hades relationship on Broadway more. But I kind of like the implication in New York City Workshop that uh, I like the implications that it seems like Orpheus and Eurydice and Hades and Persephone are like direct parallels to each other, and you can see how out of New York Theater Workshop Orpheus, like how he could have become Hades, like judging some circumstances, like so it's very interesting for me to think about it, but like overall I see benefits for them just being like their own characters as they do in Broadway version, but I think Broadway like Orpheus and Eurydice like I like them, but also they are not mm, they're not as nuanced, I think. The instrument like the instruments are so good, and like I really like the rusty like grungy sound that it has. It's super good. Like I think Broadway album is a little bit too polished for my taste, and also it does disservice to Patrick Page voice. Like I don't know why they recorded it this way. Like the guy has a perfectly normal voice when you listen to him in the bootlegs, but for some reason, like it seems weak in the recording a little bit. Like I don't know if you hear it, like if you listen to it, it seems like his voice is I don't know. It just doesn't sound as well. Like if you compare it to the New York Theater Workshop recording, you can see the difference. Yes, the chant too is one of my Roman empires, but it's mostly like because I'm upset that they took away the Persephone's verse. But I not like the New York City Workshop verse because I can't say that I'm like a super huge fan of this one. But I really liked the the preview one and the London one. They are really good, and I'm sad that they got deleted from the show basically uh, because Anais was told that the show is too long and this verse didn't bring anything to the table anyway, so please you need to delete it so to make the show smaller. And I was like, no, it brings a lot to the table. It shows why Persephone wants to be with Hades. Like it is important because well, first it makes the act 2 less Hades centric because he's like there is too much of Hades in Act Two. Like I love the guy, but I think it is more fair when both of them get the part to say about their relationship, because otherwise it makes it hard to understand why Persephone would want to keep the relationship with him, even though he's being an asshole. Let's say that. Um, like and also he's being an asshole in chant, but like with her verse you can understand that it isn't his permanent state of mind. It's more of like something that is not characteristic for him overall. So it's kind of like essential for us to understand that she kind of believes he can change and that he can get back to the way he was before. Oh God. Broadway Epic 3 is okay. Like I think it's okay. Obviously, New York Theater Workshop is kind of more powerful in that aspect. But I think one beef that I have with it is like from Hades and Persephone fan perspective um is that line where like uh, I really like the line where is the man with the head in his hands, uh and I think the line about where is the man with his hands outstretched to the woman he loves with nothing to lose, it doesn't hit quite the same. Like I think that like the line about head in his hands is so brilliant because it makes you see the picture like instantly, and like you can instantly understand like what Hades felt like when he was standing there with the head in his hand. So like, and some of the lines on Broadway, they're just like a little bit too generic, like, I don't know. I think I shouldn't draw this one because uh I think I will finish somewhere here, because it's been 4 hours, guys. Oh my god, it's been a really long time. uh hmm, I can show like in total what we have, but unfortunately without music. But I'm also at the end of my like Hades and Persephone uh playlist right now, which is like almost 6 hours long. Uh, I quite like how it turns out so far. Yeah. I think I will need to redraw some of them anyway. Yeah, playlist. I can even drop it here. It's no secret. But I will I will tell you that some songs are really random here. But it's a NASA playlist. Um. All right. Anyway, I think this is it for today. Thanks for being with me for 4 hours. That's a lot. It was fun to talk to you. Uh, I'm always happy to nerd and share some silly art tips that I have. Um, all right. I hope you have a good day and you have fun. Bye bye. See you next.